Can someone hear me?
Good morning, everyone. Ben Francis, sound test here. Arya, can you hear me?
Check.
pool fans, just find a seat, grab it. Two great matches coming up here in the WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship.
To become World 8-Ball Champion.
Brilliant performance. Shane Van Boning, World 8-Ball Champion. Joshua Filler, new World 8-Ball Champion.
Albin Ocean, the 2025 World 8-Ball Champion.
Hello, pool fans, and welcome to St. Louis, Missouri, USA. It is the second stop on the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series. Ladies and gentlemen, last night, I think if somebody was up in the 636-foot Gateway St. Louis arch, they would have been able to hear the winning shot when Bergman hit it in the shoot-off. This place went crazy. We have had such an enthusiastic crowd and some thrilling matches so far. We had our bank championship come down to just one final ball. So if the first half of the event is any indication of what we're in for, it is going to be a memorable finish. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for some world-class pool. Jam-packed day all day today. And right now we are in the loser side, one loss side of the 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship. One of the biggest prizes in pool. They're all battling it out for that $300,000 prize. So let's get to it right now. First up in Arena 1, he's from Louisville, Kentucky. Make some noise for Maverick Hayden Ernst. And his opponent is from Warsaw, Poland, the Master Chef, Wojciech Szewczyk. And back here, ladies and gentlemen, he's from Ho Chi Minh City, the Martian, Dong Kwa Kong. And his opponent from Vilnius, Lithuania, Labubu, Pius Labudis. It's a race to 8. We're lagging for the break and sending it to the Predator commentary booth. Take it away, guys.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Hyatt Regency in St. Louis at the Arch for the 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship. We got a great first match of the day here. Mr. Szewczyk taking on the young Hayden Ernst. And you're listening to Ben Francis here in the commentary box along with my good friend Arya Sarabi. Good morning, Arya.
Hi Ben, good morning pool fans and from wherever you're watching. Yeah. As you can see, clash of generations here, Ben. Mavman versus Wojciech Szewczyk. I'm looking forward to this one. How do you see this one going, then, Ben?
Well, the young man is coming on strong this last few months. Big performances at Derby City and some good ones in the Vegas Junior Championship as well. Played quite strong there. very impressed, but he's got his hands full here with the Polish superstar. We'll see what the break serves up. Good sized crowd formed already this morning to watch the young American. And it is free to watch in person, also free to watch online. Pro Billiard TV on YouTube. 4 tables of live, table 1, 2, 3, and 4. Commentary on table 1 and 2. Wojciech to break the first rack. Full power, but nothing happening.
No, he had a swing at it. I like to see that. It's something I think I discussed with one of our colleagues, Ben, is, you know, we had that shock exit by Shane Van Boning, and, you know, he's well known for his break, and he never once in that losers round match against Claudio Cocci tried to break from the middle. And we were discussing this point. We were saying, look, if your alternatives haven't paid out, why don't you at least try it for once?
Surprising from a player with so many tools. Hayden with the first opportunity here. The stripes look okay, maybe just saving the 13 to get to the 8 ball last. 8 ball might be the only tough ball. But it is losers round 1 here, and plenty of pressure out there to try to stay alive in the tournament. A couple of wins needed to qualify for the last 32 single elimination stage. Racing to 8 here.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look at the stats by Hayden. He is riding a pretty confident wave. You know, he's been winning in July an 8-ball event, national championship, 10-ball as well in 2025. Then he went on to win the WNT Florida Junior Open. That was in August. Now his most recent victory, that was in December last year. He's won that tournament at the Buck Room Studio, hosted by Mr. Ortiz and Queen Bee. I mean, he's, as you can see, a very confident and talented cueist.
Looking good here in the opening rack. You'll have to shoot the 13, so maybe chance a nudge on the 8.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those you're just trying to hit gently. The harder you take on this 13, the less chance you have to make contact with the 8. So it's a gentle nudge, and you know, that could not have worked out worse. And he's in trouble now, Ben.
Yeah, just trying to get a precise full hit on the 8. He came across the top of it. Yeah, in big trouble. Needs to kick this 9 ball inside to keep the run going. And I think if Hayden wants to win this match, he's going to need to take all the opportunities he's given. That's one missed.
Yeah, that's a fair statement, Ben. It's always the case when you're playing somewhat the favorite in any matchup. You always tend to think the one who's the underdog really could use a good start, a fast start, just to settle in early.
Yeah, and plant a small seed of doubt in the favorite's mind. You know, Wojciech not happy to be on this one-loss side so early in the event.
Yeah, so I'm happy to tell you and all the listeners, so far this is the highest quality field of 2026, considering across the board. When you look at the amount of talent that has signed up to participate here in St. Louis is nothing short of extraordinary. We'll have to play the... Yeah, great shot. That was obviously the best ball to do that, and he's played that to perfection. Now, Ben, what would you reckon? Leave the 3 ball to play position on the 8, or take the 3 ball after the 2 now?
I think it's okay either way, but yeah, I tend to like the 3 and then the 6 to the 8. And I think especially from here, unless he thinks he can slow spin the 6 in, which he very well can. But it works either way. Lots of open space in the middle of the table is what he's looking for here, somewhere around middle.
Wojciech has just come out of Europe. He's played that Euro Tour as well as the European Championships. He won the Euro Tour in Turkey, Antalya, which was a couple of weeks ago. So he's also in a rich vein of form. And I do have to tell you, they did play 8-ball in that Euro Tour.
Yeah, so he's in 8-ball stroke. And having a really good start to the year, good performance in the Vegas Open, as well as the World Team Championship. Just couple months ago, rather, only 2 months ago. Look good there in that rack. Take an early lead. It is winner breaks. We have seen some packages put together. A couple of 4s. I think we'll see him stick with the same break, relatively the same. He might move the cue ball a little bit, but no reason to give up on it yet. He had plenty of balls going towards pockets. Yeah, so he has moved the cue ball considerably further over, but not to the side rail, so not looking for the cut break here. Still looking for a ball on the side, possibly a 4-railer in the corner.
He's lost his cue ball.
He did get a 4-railer too, but yeah, as you mentioned, cue ball, a drink. Another chance for the Mav man. I think he's just asking, is behind the line on the opening shot after the break. Goes without saying, certainly a low ball table. The solids looking good. Yeah, just a small tester on the opening shot, especially when the nerves aren't settled yet. TV table, first match of the day. Easy to miss that one.
Would you reckon it's got anything to do with the intimidation factor? He's playing a, established player.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of factors playing into a shot missed like that. Definitely. There's pressure out there, lots of it, and nobody wants to go 2 and out. But he has seemed to get up for the task a few times. A couple big wins at Derby City. Put Shane to the test even when he did lose. I think he only lost 9-7 to SVB. He'll definitely be a player to keep an eye on the coming years, and all these big matches like this one will go a long way. The experience, he'll be tough to beat.
Yeah, exactly. He's only 14 years old, Ben, so he can only grow and grow. And can you imagine how good he can be when he's 18 or, mid-20s?
Yeah, especially being out here in these big pressure situations, he's going to grow really quick. So we'll see if Wojciech can figure out something on this break shot. It's 0 for 2. And again, I don't think any need to move the cue ball to the side rail yet. I think just mishit the last one a little bit, lost the cue ball straight back, so. Could consider popping it a little, maybe. He's hit it a bit flat twice and it hasn't worked out.
For those that might not know what you mean by popping it, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. So when they elevate the back end of the cue a little bit, coming down on the cue ball, it's going to kind of skip across the cloth before it hits that head ball. And it's almost in the air a little bit when it catches contact with that head ball, makes it pop up in the air a bit. It's mostly what we see from the big breakers like SVB. Get that nice pop on the cue ball, tends to create a little extra energy, but also let some balls come underneath it a little bit so you're not getting those kisses into the corners. You can see it's subtle there, but it is small elevation. He's lost it again. Wow.
I mean, let's be honest, Ben. He's broken 3 times now. 2 of them he scratched, and the first broke dry. And to be 2-0 in front is only what you could have dreamed of, considering you're in the losers round as well.
Yeah, Hayden will need to punish him here, or the walls are going to start to close in. Can't let him off the hook 3 times in a row to start the match. He's going to make it happen. The solids look okay, but there is some work there.
Did pick up on something, but that might be, just a momentary observation. I thought he was pretty quick on his backswing. There wasn't a lot of a pause on his backswing, so I'm just wondering if that is due to the pressure or maybe it was just that previous shot.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing. Slightly better on that shot with the pause. But definitely under pressure, that stroke tends to be a little quicker. But he's done well to deal with these tough balls down here. Now it's all about finding something with the 6.
So what do you think is the best way to go about the situation right now?
I don't hate using the 1 to maybe nudge the 10 out of the way. See where he lands on this shot. Is there a combination available? Would be even nicer. And maybe even the 3-ball combination doesn't lay horrible, as long as you get the 10 out of the way.
Yeah, now I know it sounds very advanced, but if you can make the 3-ball combination as you've mentioned there, send the 10-ball towards the rail and then come off just like that. It's the best bet. Now he's got a slight problem here. Either he needs to elevate the cue. If he's going forward, as you can see, that 2 balls there, 12 and the 11, are actually huge. So that's why he's come around to have a look at the higher angle. This is one of those you really have to hit hard enough just to guarantee you don't flirt with them 2 balls. And I think he's played that nice.
Just enough. The slide will slow down the cue ball a bit, so I think you said it best, Arya. You got to make sure you hit it hard enough.
No, I do believe that 8-ball, yeah, it goes in both of these corner pockets, so he just needs to decide on which side of it he wants to play shape. I think from this camera angle, the left side is the easiest way to go about this. You want to send your cue ball just past the middle pocket and you would almost every time land perfect on the 8-ball, provided you don't overhit it, of course.
I think he has to spin this one in a little. Bit of right spin. Looks like he's almost hooked. Oh, that was good. Young eyes help there, I think.
Yeah, young eyes and scar-free career.
Fearless so far, yeah. Well done. Needed that one.
Yeah, well said, Ben. He needed that one, and I think I can speak on behalf of the neutral views as well. The match needed that one. This young man, needless to say, is super duper talented, but you know, you can be the greatest of all time. If you don't put a rack on the board, it's gonna look grim.
Yeah, and we've seen matches go that direction, even with the greatest of all time on the other side. Losing 8-0 can happen, and it can happen quick.
Yeah, and statistically speaking, 8-ball, I know it's hand rack, so that does play a factor, but statistically speaking, 8-ball is the discipline in which by far you see the most break and run. So like you said, win a break. If you can figure out the break and have a bit of luck on your side as well, you can easily reel off 5-6 racks, and well, you've done majority of the damage in that scenario.
Let's see how he hits it. I know he's got a huge break. So really let it rip. Yeah, you see the leg up in the air. And the 4-ball sneaks in the side. This match can turn around real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Decision time. Now, I would suggest maybe go for the solids here. Unless he feels like he can make that 3-ball combination, 15 onto the 6, and try and pot the 9-ball, but that is, well, Difficult would be an understatement.
Yeah, I don't mind your call here on the solids. If you could shoot the 3 and get the 6 moving, should land on the 7. 7 will take him to the short side of the 5.
That will work lovely. Now, remains to be seen whether he can see the potting angle on the 7. If he can't, he'll have to take the 6 now, which is not the end of the world just yet. And as you mentioned, the 5 ball just prior to that shot, that is another obstacle he needs to navigate around.
Yeah, and pretty thin on this 6, so he'll have to negotiate a little rub on the 8.
You could put the 5 into the side, you know, off the 10 ball. And I don't mind that shot, because if you put the 5 into the side of the 10, you can actually control the cue ball into the pretty much in the center area of the table. Now, as I was talking, I didn't actually notice which pocket he did call. He's called a 6. We'll have to play this with a lot of spin and power. 8 ball and cue ball will be flying around the table. This is hard to control.
Yeah, as you said, he tried to spin it lots. Brought in the miss. What's he left here? Maybe only a long one for Wojciech on the 12.
Yeah, 12, and I believe the 11 also goes past the 2 as well, so that's an option.
Well, I think he'd rather shoot the 11 if possible, a little closer to the cue ball, easier to be accurate.
Such is the angle, he can draw his cue ball in between the gap of the 10 and the 5 into the side rail. It's the easiest way to control the cue ball.
Well, speaking of control the cue ball, he lost control a little bit there. Don't know, he wants to shoot that 14 ball. It's got to be the 15 from here.
Yeah, if he was a left-handed player, he would still manage to get something out of the cue ball. But since he's a right-handed player, that is horrible to reach. Like you said, he has to take the 15 there. Yeah, that's turned out okay. Now I would imagine he would go forward here. He can also elect to draw it back onto the side.
Yeah, I think forward near the middle of the table. It's going to put him on all 3 balls. Pretty much like that. He's perfect on the 12, but he could shoot any ball from here.
Yeah, I think 12, 13, 10 would be highly likely the easiest route, but remains to be seen.
Nice to have a ball over a pocket to get position on the 8. So that's exactly what he's looking to accomplish here. To retake that 2-game lead and see if he can figure out his break shot. And I think it goes without saying, in order to come back through this field of champions from the 1-loss side, he will need to have some break shot going.
Facts. Absolute facts there, Ben. But, you know, like as a pool fan and like yourself as a commentator, I think it's encouraging to see he is at least experimenting and he's trying to figure out a way. I've seen a couple of players that have stick to their guns, which is absolutely well within their rights, but it's at some point you think, mate, you've tried this 8 racks. Why wouldn't you at least try something else?
Yeah, you can't be too stubborn out there. You have to be willing to adjust and always watching your opponent, see if they've maybe figured it out, something you can copy. So many great players. I'm sure somebody will figure it out. I counted 42 countries representing here, Aria, in this World 8-Ball Championship this year.
Yeah.
Poland, well represented. Sorry, go ahead.
No. And do you know the story about the Polish players? They have this system where they play pool billiards as a curriculum, you know, when they go to school. So by the time you play or participate in the national championships, you've got well over 500, even up to 1,500 participants. So you can imagine if you reach a semi-final or even better, you win some of these events, you're competing against absolutely huge talents. Now, just to give you a comparison, I am based in the Netherlands. I'm not trying to talk down on the Netherlands or the federation in any shape or form, but we've had national championships. In the juniors where only 4, maybe 8 players were rocked up. So you can imagine, do the maths. If you're competing with 500 plus juniors, you automatically have to be very good.
Huge break there. Really got through that one.
Yeah, it's something we were talking about just prior to the break. He was looking for something better, and if he can land on the 14 ball here, that's the green stripe closest to his cue ball. There's nothing in his way to double the lead.
Yeah, this will be the key shot. Not easy to land short side on that ball.
That's okay. It's not perfect, but he's got a shot here in the side pocket. And in the worst case, he might have... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the spin didn't quite hold there, so crashed into the back of that one, trying to come around it, shoot in the top right, but side pocket will do.
Look, in the worst case, he might have just settle. Might have to settle with a longer shot, which is still doable when you consider where the 10 or the 11 is positioned. Close up on his technique here. Nice loose grip on the back arm. Wasn't really looking to bump into the 2, but that's worked out okay. One good stroke here on the 11, and let's be honest, Ben, you'd have to make him favorite to go 4-1 up.
Yeah, big favorite, and he'll be feeling good about that break shot. If he can replicate that, Hayden be in big trouble. So smooth on those shots. Mentioned his technique might be flawless.
I would imagine, considering the angle here, he can draw it back just past his bridging hand here for the 10 into the side. Let's try to go around it, and I'm not so sure why, because that wasn't needed.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there, Arya. I think just simple straight back with no side spin would have been okay. He's still on the ball here. This is a very tough shot into a very small pocket. got it right in the middle.
No. That is as good as a recovery shot as they come. I was wanting to ask you, in America or Canada for that matter, is there a age limit for these young talents? They have to be older than a certain age to get access into a pool room?
No, typically a lot of the rooms are all ages, thankfully. So the kids, they get good experience from a very young age. I know my local pool room here in Calgary, Alberta, Leather Pocket Billiards, we got a decent junior program that I run about 2/3 of the year, and get kids of all ages come. I've had a couple 40-year-olds come and just knock the balls around, and I think one of my favorite things about pool is it's for all ages. I've seen people play good at 9 years old, and I've seen them play good at 90 years old.
Yeah, I love that reference. Yeah, and I'm with you. I'm all about promoting the sport, trying to lure in, you know, young talent, and as long as they can respect some of the base rules in the pool room, everything goes from where I'm sitting.
One of my favorite things about Predator as a company is that they really just support all levels of the game, and we've seen those big junior events, and they don't just kind of support one angle. They're all about multiple angles, and the men's, the women's, the juniors. I think it's super important to have those juniors out playing, and you can see it here from the young American. It's got plenty of experience already, and the pool world is his oyster, I think. Could make a lot of money playing this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's only growing, and you can see the arena, you can see the amount of events and the professionalism, the conditions, everything is improving all the time. So like I said, I believe yesterday, I cannot wait for the day when we will see a pool player or a snooker player pick up over 3.5 million. Something they do have already in tennis, for example, even though that's completely a different sport. But I mean, let's face it, what these guys are doing at the table is not less skillful in any shape or form.
Yeah, I think I could always make the argument that pool's the hardest game in the world. I'm sure everybody has a opinion on that, but and I might be slightly biased, but I think it is very difficult, and these players deserve bigger prize money. And Predator and these great sponsors you see along the arena boards and on the posters, they've done amazing things to up the prize money every year. $90,000 to the winner of this event.
Yeah, once again, stating facts. And I totally agree with you, Ben, even though when we talked about the prize money, he's missed, by his standard, one of the easiest shots.
Hopefully he's not thinking about it. It's too early to think about it on the one-loss side.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's be honest. 90,000 for a 14-year-old is life-changing money.
Absolutely would be. Yeah, that would get him to a few other tournaments. He could back himself. But a couple of mistakes have crept in here. Nothing easy for Wojciech to get out of this rack. He's got to move a couple of balls around. That's one.
And you know this just as well as anyone else, Ben. When you're playing in sports and trying to make a career out of it, sponsors in general are a key part. And I was just having a look at the sponsors for the Mav Man, Hayden Ernst, Q-Tech, Mako Tips, Rail Yard Billiards, and Onboard Sportswear. So he's doing fine in that department.
Yeah, nice level of support that he has already. And you love to see that. I know the American players, they really love to get behind the juniors. So good to see some of those local companies I'm waiting for the day, Arya, that we get Rolex out there. I mean, all these players, they're wearing a watch. Where's Rolex? They sponsor tennis and golf. I think it's our turn.
Rolex or Richard Mille, either will do.
Yeah, we'll settle for the latter if it has to be.
Maybe you can just call your friend Jake Paul and we'll figure something out.
Wojciech, he moved one of the balls he needed, tried to move the other one, and hasn't worked out at all. What has he got from here, other than some sort of safety, I would think? Yeah, just trying to put him on the back rail, cut off the 7 with the 8, but I think it's crept around. Hayden will be able to see the 7 and possibly make it, or has he called the combination up there? No, I think just eyeballing it for later on, maybe? Those long, straight ones are very difficult.
Yeah, and it's not worked totally disastrous for him. He's tied up the 10 ball as well now.
Yeah, I wonder, will Wojciech shoot this ball in the bottom left, try to develop that 10 again? Can still use the 13 up there to get something happening with the 15 later. That hasn't worked out. Or has it? Does it creep through that gap? Well, I think we're about to find out, because if it did, he might consider shooting it. If it doesn't, which I don't think it does, he's going to shoot this other ball, get it in the open, play safety. It's okay, but I think Hayden can return the favor, make that ball, leave him somewhere awkward.
Yeah, I agree. When he puts the 15, don't know whether he can stick his cue ball behind the 2 as well. In doing so, that would be advantage for Hayden. Might just be
close
too
to
sharp.
that. Yeah, I might be cutting it a bit too much. Could he go all the way down, maybe behind the 8 ball? Looks like that's what he's trying. Pretty good shot, I think.
I'm just wondering if there's any sort of bang shot on that 10 ball. It looks far-fetched, to be honest with you, but if he can somehow...
He's called it twice. I think he's called it twice in the side area.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, when you get it, could be the winner.
Oh, you look like a genius when it works out. And it might. Look at this.
Have a look at this. Have a look at this.
What a shot.
Well, he's not out of the woods just yet, Ben. He'll have to play... Well, he's got two options here, right? Either he will make the shot even more difficult by trying to inject a lot of power and pace, or he'll just settle to try and drop it in and take a long-distance shot on the 8 ball here. What would you do?
I like the split the pressure phase of this shot, which is exactly what he's done. You kind of take half the pressure on that shot and half the pressure on the 8 instead of all the pressure on that shot.
When I was practicing full time, that was one of the shots I would practice and warm up with. Although I do have a snooker background, so that does make a difference. I would power it through.
Yeah, I like to practice both aspects of that shot because it comes up both ways. Or you got to roll it in like that, or you got to power it through. But nice to feel comfortable with both if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the key word, isn't it? To be confident in your skill You're queuing. That was nicely played.
Yeah, and a great chance for Mavman here. Get this to 4-2. He'll be breaking still well in this match.
Yeah, that's, I mean, if you've just tuned in, that's the summary of the match. Both players have had at least one chance each rack.
Yeah, I think only one break and run out from Wojciech. And he got a little out of position on the last ball and made a tricky cut in the side pocket. So it wasn't super clinical. But yeah, you think maybe a chance in every game the way it's going.
Good to see the crowd backing the young talent. He's from Louisville, so that's actually quite a drive towards this event.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we'll most likely see this young man on the Mosconi team at some point in his career.
Yeah,
Keeps
what I
following
would
the path he's on.
what I would say is I wouldn't bet against it, but you know we've had this happen with any talent we've seen over the years. We always think, you know, if they carry on, they're going to be a world beater. But you know, by now, I think both you and me, life experience has showed us there's many things that can derail that dream. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, often these young players, they're not just talented at pool, they're talented in other games and other sports, and usually kind of got to pick one and really go for it. So sometimes they just pick a different one. 10 ball's not going to creep in. This is wide open. Not what he wanted to see.
No, and
Solid. Just solids look okay. Maybe the 1 to the 4. Sorry, Arya.
no problem. I was, you know, for a second I thought that 10 ball would have dropped, but that's tough when you're breaking and you see that 10 ball, willing it with every fiber in your body to drop, but unfortunately it stayed up.
Well, nothing wrong with the way he hit it. Look where the cue ball is. Exactly what you want to see. The cue ball in the middle means he squared it up pretty good. Nice power. The ball's spread all over it, but no luck. Need a little luck on the 8-ball break sometimes, I think, especially with the hand rack, triangle rack. Okay, so this tells me maybe the angle on the 1 wasn't taking him properly onto the 4, so stripes are okay. Just the 14 ball is maybe the only tough ball to get on.
Did mention the hand rack, and I have to say it's unlike this new AeroRack by Predator. It's got a very slick design. The Predator AeroRack Billiard Triangle. I'm sure many pool hall owners will be looking at it and thinking, that looks handy.
We had one in my local pool room for a while. I actually had one of these tables in there for a little while, and the triangle is really great. I thought, well, how good could it be? It's just a triangle, but really great. Rack the ball's really, really good. Nice and smooth. Speaking of nice and smooth, looking good out there. Wojciech, just one key shot coming up. 13 to the 14. Saved it for last.
Now, this is completely off topic, but the side tables, I mean, the tables next to the chair, are very fashionable. I like them. The white one, the cube, triangle actually.
Yeah, I like those. Stylish. And the chairs look good. Look comfortable.
Yeah, that's one place you don't want to spend, is sit in the chair.
Yeah, you almost don't want it to be too comfortable. You don't want to get comfortable there. Oh, this is quality stuff.
Yeah, if you would have told them you can pick up the cue ball and place it on the table wherever you want, that's exactly where you would have put it. You'll bump into the 5, well, you could even play in between the 5 and the 8, and, well, this was a textbook run out.
And he's back to 3 in front and now only 3 away from the finish line. Looks like a little player timeout. So I think Arya and I'll take a small timeout too. We'll be back when Wojciech is back. Looks like we have Wojciech back and ready to break. Rack number 8 here. And from the same spot, Arya. He had some good success from here before.
Yeah, exactly. Look, when you've had success before, we're definitely not criticizing you. And let's be honest, Ben, he's lost his cue ball, I think, on 3 occasions at least. I'll just have to check up the stats for a second, but I'm pretty sure I can recall 2 of them.
Yeah, twice scratched. Oh, that one he hit nice and square, but nothing even close to a pocket. Exactly what Hayden needed. Got to run this out and find a break of his own. Get himself in this match.
Yeah, I stand corrected. It was 2 fouls on the break. But you know, Ben, a dry break almost feels like the same.
Yeah, at this level, it really is. I mean, when you break it wide open like this, pretty wide open, might as well give them ball in hand. Looks like the 2 ball will pass into the bottom right corner, which will free up the 4. But he'll need to land short side on that 7 into the top of right, because I'm certain it doesn't go on the bottom right. But I think that would work okay. Relatively straight on the 2. Try to get short side on the 7 next. Then the 4 to the 8 is certainly no walk in the park either, but might be the only pattern from here. Well, I can't say I'm in love with this. How do you get to the 2 or the 4 from here? I think he's considering maybe banking the 2 next. Might be all he's got.
He's found his cue ball in quicksand, hasn't he?
Can't spin this one in, can he? Little right spin, throw the 2 in.
No.
He's called the bank, yeah.
And I presume it's the 2 ball, right? He's going for. Yeah, it is the 2 ball bank. Cross bank. Where's the 2 ball going? And that's unfortunate. That's obviously always going to be the case in 8 ball. Whenever you're pretty deep into the run, and whenever you miss, you've almost always solved all the traffic. I mean, have a look at this layout now for Wojciech. This is a fantastic opportunity to put himself 6-2 in front.
Yeah, and a few options for the starting ball. Looks like he's going to shoot the 12 first, but he has the 14, he has the 10. Nothing in the way here. Looks like maybe the 10 ball, try to land straight on the ball on the side rail, the 13, and then maybe shoot the 9 in the top right after. You'd love to save one of these balls near the 8 for position on the 8. Looks like it'll be the 11 that he's going to save down there.
Yeah, normally that would be the way forward. Now, don't know about you, Ben. Me, I was itching to get that 9 ball or the 13 out of the way as soon as possible. Now you can use the 10, send this cue ball right in between on the side rail, between the 9 and the 13. He would have a choice of the either of the two balls. It's all about controlling the pace on the cue ball here.
Looks pretty good.
Likely to be the 9-13, and as you mentioned earlier in the run, use that 11 ball to play shape on the 8. I have a question for you, Ben. I think majority of the skills you can practice and you can improve on, but I do feel like one of the hardest things in cue sports is the knowledge of the right shot to play. I'm sure I've seen some videos out there by professionals that are now more active on their YouTube channel, but it's one of the hardest things to learn.
Yeah, and maybe one of the biggest things that separates the good from the great is the shot selection, the choices out there. When to play safe, what ball to shoot, what pattern. And I think especially in 8-ball, patterns are very important. And I don't know there's any real way to practice it other than straight pool.
Yeah, straight pull, and of course, and I'm gonna state the obvious here. If you're a student of the game, at some point you will pick up some gems. That's for sure. But you know, like with every profession, it almost has to be pretty damn near an obsession if you want to become one of the best. It's that's basically been the forefront of any monumental invention is. Someone trying to solve a problem, but it's hard. It's very hard.
I think there's so much information out there now, and all these great streams are a luxury, so we can watch a lot of tape, similar to other sports where you're always studying film. I think you can do the same in pool. If we're just always watching, we're definitely going to learn something.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much footage, and like I said, there are now many pool players, professionals actually, who are now trying to be active on their YouTube channel. And why wouldn't you? When you see that is a different source of income, why not? You're, at the table anyway. So if you've got the time to shoot a video and talk about the game you know best, it's always nice to see the best of the best share some of their knowledge, and it's all for free on YouTube, so that's a great upside.
Wojciech's moved his cue ball a little closer to center, and he got a ball down this time. Pretty good spread. Chance to get on the hill here.
Yeah, I would say Hayden is in big trouble now.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs a small miracle to come back in this match now.
Yeah. Theoretically, the only thing he's got in his favor, if he was to get a chance, is it is winner's break. So, in theory, he could run out the set, but that's going to be highly unlikely, considering it's hand rack and not tapped.
Yeah, but you have to figure he'll feel like he still has a chance no matter what, as long as he gets another shot. You never know when that break can just start coming together and get some of these wide open layouts. Yeah, we've seen plenty of crazier things happen.
Oh, for sure.
First he needs a miss. I don't think he's going to get one in this rack.
Oh, right off the bat of that fantastic break. It always had the look of a break and run, and he's well on his way to do that.
Surprised he wouldn't shoot the 6 ball there. Must be something he doesn't like about it. The cue ball near the rail. Oh, this works just as good. Pinch the 7 in, shoot the 1 in the side. 6 to the 8 looks nice. That's what he saw. Makes sense to me. Didn't want to bump the 6, though. Does it still pass the 11? Oh, his body language told us everything we need to know there.
Wow. Try and solve this situation now. I'm just looking at the angle here. Can he draw the cue ball in between the gap of the 11 and the 8? And try and put the 6 into the bottom right corner pocket? I mean, that is a very, very difficult shot.
I think that's what he looked at, though. Good call, Arya. He's
that will work.
Into everything.
That
Look
will work.
Devastated
is Marty. Is Hayden, sorry.
Yeah, he wasn't thrilled to see how that turned out. But he's not out of the woods yet. These side pockets are tough. Gotta stay still on this one. He holds his hand up again. He's feeling real sorry about that one. We're lucky.
Yeah, he's an honest player. Wojciech, and I mean, let's face it, he's produced a fantastic break and run. Did he get fortunate on the 6 ball? Yes, he did, but you know, that's always the case when you're in front and you're doing the positive things and you're pocketing the balls. Then you always tend to get a bit of luck as well. It's all part and parcel of the game.
I've always said the more I make the balls, the luckier I get. The better I'm playing, the luckier I get. It seems to be the way. If I'm playing bad, I don't seem to get any luck at all.
Yeah. Well, I will add one sentence to that as well. The harder I work, the luckier I seem to get.
I love that. Yeah, the more I practice, the luckier I get. Well said. Chance to close it out right here. It's going to break, try to move into losers round 2.
And I'll tell you what, though, if this would prove to be the last game in this year's 8-ball Whirlpool Championships for Hayden, doesn't have to feel sorry about himself. If he's got someone in his corner, highly likely one of his parents, they should probably tell him, look, buddy, would you prefer to be out there with the rest of the 14-year-olds or out in the arena playing some of the best of the game?
Yeah, what an amazing experience. No shame in losing to this world champion. Second ball break that time. Surprising. Waited till the last break to test it out, well, I guess.
I think in the opening day of the men's 8-ball championship, I did recall Albin Ushan, who played... I need to look that up for a second, but his first opponent, they even broke third ball, which was quite unusual to see.
Yeah, I believe it was Christopher Tevez.
Yeah, that might have been it.
But yeah, third ball. Not a break we see very often. It was working for him, though. He was getting a ball down and he was getting a shot. Well, look at this. He's pushed the 4, but I think it still goes by the 11. And it was Christopher Tevez, and He's currently trailing 5-4 to Sean Wilkie over on table number 14. But it does look like this might be the last we see of Hayden at this year's World 8-Ball Championship.
To become the master, you'd have to take many beatings on the chin to be immune for all the punishment, and then you can take over.
Yeah, that's well said. I know these losses, they're all going to hurt, but they're all very necessary, all part of it. He's looked pretty dangerous out there. Whoever's running into him next in the draw's got their work cut out for them. Wojciech,
Yeah, he's picked up his level, I would say, the past 3 racks, and you can see the result.
Yeah, starting to settle in a bit. This 8-ball to take him into round 2 of loser side. Well done. He will move on to the next round. A couple more wins needed to qualify for the final 32. He'll need a match tomorrow and a win on Monday in order to get to that coveted last 32 spot in the single elimination stages. So I think we've got another match coming up shortly, just over an hour's time, I do believe. So make sure you guys don't go too far. Keep an eye on that draw on ProBilliardSeries.com. You can find out who's coming up next. And we do have 3 other stream tables. So lots of pool to watch from Ben Francis here and my friend Arya Sarabi. Thank you, Arya. We'll be back soon.
It was a pleasure.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, another Hill thriller, and Dong Kwa Kong, and a big comeback. One more round of applause for Pius Labudas. Great shooting, Pius. So things roll on here in St. Louis, a jam-packed afternoon coming up. At 1:30, our Seyberts Women's Open Championship will continue with Savannah Easton taking on Sakura Muramatsu from Tokyo, Japan. And we'll have Kelly Fischer and Ashley Benois facing off against each other in both arenas. So 1:30, our Women's Open Championship will continue. And then the rest of the afternoon and evening, it's a fan favorite. It's going to be mixed doubles. So lots of world-class pool coming your way. right, St. Louis. So glad to see so many familiar faces here, and glad you're checking out some world-class pool. Lots on the way this afternoon and this evening. Our next round is our Seyberts Women's Open Championship. 64 of the greatest females on the entire planet, all battling it out for that $90,000 purse. In Arena 2, it will be Ashley Benois from Dudley, Massachusetts, and Kelly Fischer from Yorkshire, Great Britain. And then in Arena 1, we have the Roadrunner, Savannah Easton from Las Vegas, and Sakura Muramatsu from Tokyo, Japan. About 15 minutes away from opening break. Grab yourself a seat. And the fun will begin here in about 15 minutes. right, some big matchups coming your way. Again, in Arena 2, it's Ashley Benois and Kelly Fischer. Here in Arena 1, Savannah Easton and Sakura Muramatsu.
Testing, table 2, Eric Horlifson here. Benois Fischer, coming up in about 5 minutes' time.
I'm told that we are ready to go. So glad. Of the Arch here in St. Louis, Missouri, USA. It's the second stop of the Predator Pro Billiard Series. We have witnessed some incredible, thrilling matches so far here on this stop in St. Louis. Big tournaments going on, and later on this evening, we're going to get back to a fan favorite, the mixed doubles, with 32 of the best pairings in the entire world. We also have our signature event here in St. Louis, and that is the WPA 8-Ball World Championship, and we're getting closer to the qualification round, so you don't want to miss any of the action. Follow it all on ProBilliardSeries.com. Again, ProBilliardSeries.com. Now, we are getting back to the Seyberts Women's Open. We started with 64 of the finest women's female players on the entire planet, and we continue with that as they all battle it out for that $90,000 purse. We have two featured matchups coming your way, and let's get to it. First, starting in Arena 2. She's from Dudley, Massachusetts. It's Slash Ashley Benois. And her opponent from Yorkshire, Great Britain. It's Quickfire Kelly Fischer. Back in Arena 1 from Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, the Roadrunner, Savannah Easton. And her opponent from Tokyo, Japan, Sakura Muramatsu. We're lagging for the break. It's a race to 4, best of 3 sets, and sending it to the Predator commentary booth. Take it away, guys.
A very warm welcome, pool fans, from wherever you're watching. We are back live with a fascinating matchup here on table 2. Talking you through this match is myself, Arya Sorabi, and my dear friend Eric Jorefson. Eric, nice to have you with us.
Hey, pleasure to be with you as always. It'll be a good one. Kelly definitely coming in with the experience advantage here. Ashley, one of the most up-and-coming players on tour. She had a good outing on the stream table in the mixed doubles last night. Her and her partner Mieszko Fortuński won a set off Carlo Beato and Rublin Amit, who looked to be one of the favorites to take that event down, and Ashley played very well. So we'll see how she gets along in this one.
Yeah, she's up against, well, one of the most decorated players out there. 3 times world champion 9-ball, former 10-ball world pool champion, and an American straight pool champion as well. And that's just some of the majors. I mean, I can list off so many wins like Kelly Fischer, and, well, I suppose it's safe to say she is favorite for this match. Let's not forget, it's a best of 3 sets. So whoever wins 4 racks will win the set, and you need 2 to go to the next round.
Yeah, so winners round 1 match. 64 women started the tournament, so they're down to the final 32 on the winner's side. They'll be playing down to a 16-player redraw. So the winner of this match will have 2 shots at qualifying. Loser will have to go through a few more. Ashley on the offense right away and makes a nice long pot. Not going to be able to cut the 2 in. Look for ways to get safe here. Good speed. And it was notable how strong her safe play was in the mixed doubles match. Did pretty well in the pocketing department too, only missed 1 or 2 balls over the course of 3 sets.
Yeah, she's a very handy cueist. Her Fargo rate is now around 636. That is a very respectable Fargo. While her opponent on 761. That's almost 100 points above. But like we established, she is ranked 6th on the WPA ranking list. She is a household name without doubt. Kelly Fischer.
Ball in hand, chance to start here for Ashley. Looks like she's going to take the 3 in the left middle. Nicely played. Has a small angle moving towards the 4. Looks like the 8 has about 3/4 pocket past, or the 5 has 3/4 pocket past the 8. Likely going to have to play it in the bottom left. Referee Ginteras Petrovas. Good speed here, Arya.
Perfect speed. I was about to say. Landed very, very nice on the 5 ball. And you'd have to say, when you look at the layout, there's nothing out there preventing her to take the first rack here. Barring a unforced error, of course.
Yeah, I think she's one of those players where Fargo is just catching up with how much improvement she's made in the past 6 months to a year. Plays tournaments almost every weekend. Full-time player, goes around to all the regional events. Picks up whatever expense money she can and puts herself in the major tournaments. There's a new breed of American women coming up. Ashley being one of them. American women's pool kind of had a bit of a dry spell for about 10 years. Now players like Sophia, Savannah, Ashley, Kennedy Mayman, Jordan Helfrey, just to name a few. It's going to be the next generation.
Yeah, absolutely. And Predator is playing a big part in that as well, of course, putting up all these events. And I was just having a quick glance at some of her past results, and I have to say, in December, she's had a very busy and successful couple of weeks. I mean, she's won the 2025 Integrity Q's Women's 9-ball Bar Box Classics. That was on 13th and the 14th of December. Then the 20th of December, she goes on to win the Queen of the Slate back in Portland. Then she moves towards Flushing in New York, where she picks up the 2025 Cafe Monday Night Weekly Tour. So December was a magnificent month for her.
Yeah, safe to say she's the strongest female player in the Northeast U.S. and in the top 10 American female players. Ball down on the 2 ball. Looks like tough position towards the 3. Yeah, it doesn't really have a pocket. Gonna have to find a way to possibly get the cue ball right back where it is now, to the side. Oh, speed looks good again, Arya. Maybe just a little short this time, but pretty good over that distance.
Yeah, that is as good as she could have played it, but she needs to take care of this shot here. These middle pockets are not forgiving.
Nicely played. Gonna have to deal with the 6-10 now. Cue ball's moving a little too far to the right, but she might be able to find something inside the 10.
Yeah, I was trying to have a quick glance whether these two ladies have ever met before. At the biggest stage they haven't, so the head-to-head is a clean slate. Now, safe to say Kelly Fischer has a very healthy head-to-head record against pretty much everyone. But I suppose it helps if you haven't lost 10 times in a row against the player you're coming up against.
Yeah, I expect Kelly to respond full force once she gets a chance, but Ashley off to a good start here. Plays quick too, Aria.
Yeah, that's always very good on the eye, and in any sports, as far as I'm concerned. Nothing against the more methodical players, of course, but it's just, you know, it's a personal preference. How about yourself?
Yeah, I think especially in rotation. I mean, the numbers on the balls are kind of dictating your position, as long as you know the game well enough. Sometimes if you think too long, you can overthink it. And definitely as far as watching matches, more enjoyable. You know, I've been around for a long... Go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go
No,
ahead.
sorry, I was just going to say, I've been around for a long time, way before shot clocks, you know, those matches with a minute and a half between shots, and the shot clock's definitely been an improvement on that front.
Absolutely. I think, you know, I wouldn't be against a shot clock to be a standard rule now, these days.
Yeah, I think it's become widely adopted in major tournaments. It just takes a little more effort to execute in regional events. But we're getting there.
I'll tell you something else though, Eric. I tip my hat off. I wish I had the confidence to wear a yellow tank top.
I see it. I wonder how the weather is down there. It's warming up in Toronto, warming up in North America overall. First chance for Kelly, 3 games in.
Exactly. Nothing down, and yes, it is her first scoring visit, but she'll have to do some mileage with a cue ball here.
Wants to come 2 rails across the 2, but the 7's pretty heavily in the way of that path. Nicely played.
It'll have to be the combination.
Yeah, still in a reasonable spot for a combination here. Doesn't have to move the cue ball at all to the proper attack area.
Kelly Fischer, of course, has a background in snooker. She's from the UK, as you can see. She's playing with that pouch where you put your chalk in. Recall that. I've had thousands of hours practicing with one of them chalk pouches. Nicely controlled the 3-ball there, Eric. That was the key feature in that shot.
Yeah, Kelly's up for the challenge here. Kind of surprising pool players don't use that pouch more. It's very accessible.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I've seen in the pool scene, more of them using the magnetic chalk holder, which also works.
Yeah, similar idea. Kelly just having a look how much pocket she has past the 8. Looks like 2/3 at best. Tough when you're only shooting into it a 4 and an 8th pocket to begin with.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but it kind of feels like she's lost a little bit of weight, Kelly, hasn't she?
Take a second look, but yeah, she's looking fit.
No. Oh, she's got the 7, so it must pass the 8. That looks tight from this camera angle.
Nicely played.
And you can see in her pre-shot routine, she's very fluent. Couple of waggles, as we call them in the UK, and goes through the ball pretty smooth. And she's called quickfire for a reason. That was quickfire stuff.
Yeah, flawless play so far from both players.
Now, if
Kelly
you're
not the biggest threat in the break. But if she does find a way to get one down, obviously a threat to run the full table. There's Jason Shaw in the back, runner up in the bank pool that we had earlier in the week. As his sights on the World 8-Ball title.
now, if you're watching this and you're having a look at the equipment and you're thinking to yourself, that looks really cool. For example, the rack our match officials are using, it's called the Predator AeroRack Billiard Triangle. You can head on to our website, probilliardseries.com, and when you click on the equipment, you can see everything that these players and the organization are using for this event, and I have to say they look very, very silky smooth.
Yeah, every single piece of equipment provided by Predator here. The tables, the balls, the lights, the cloth in association with Simonis. And here's another open chance for Ashley. She should be okay until the 7. Do you think she can pocket the 7 from certain angles, Ari? Oh, she's missed the 1. Wow,
Sorry, I
slip up for Ashley.
lost my concentration. What was your question?
Oh, I was just saying, does the 7 actually have an angle where they can pocket it? I was assuming Ashley was going to get through the first 5 quickly here, but she missed a fairly easy one on the first ball.
Yeah. One might say maybe she was ever so slightly thinking ahead to address that problem like you've just mentioned there. That 7 ball, I do feel from this camera angle, can be potted directly, but you have to be very precise. And let's not forget that 6 ball is also a little bit occupied by the 9 and the 10. So, you know, on both balls, the 6 and the 7, you'd have to play pretty flawless positional play.
Yeah, I think either player might be forced to go 2 rails towards the 7.
No. One thing is obviously always the case. Whenever a ball is so close to the next, for example, the 7 and the 8, if you fail to leave yourself a nice angle on the 6, you can also elect to just putt the 6, leave your cue ball in a place where you can play a nice tight-in hook behind the 8, and that should give you the advantage as well.
Yep, she can bank it out of their 3 rails if doesn't get the proper angle.
she could run a cue ball into the 8 ball, but it would be pretty risky, and makes completely sense why she's not entertained that shot. Now this positional shot here, Eric, has to be played to precision.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's looking so thin. It's almost like it's not available from the thicker angle. This is going to be real thin.
She can even take the bank on it if she doesn't prefer the cut shot here. I think the bank on this camera angle looks easier, if I can use that word. Or she can play safe.
Yeah, I like that decision. Didn't really want to bet the set or being stuck a good amount in the set on a bank, and the high percentage safe.
She's going to take the long distance. She's got odds to make this, Eric. It's not completely out of the world.
Almost in off the 8. Is the 10 ball going to get in the way? It is.
Yeah.
Tough result here for Kelly.
It's looking like a 2-rail kick, I believe, even though she has her jump stick in her hand. I mean, sure, you might be able to jump it, but how do you get on the 8 ball?
Yeah, that's the one saving grace for Kelly here. 8, 9 are tied up pretty badly.
And that was exactly how she was intending to hit the 7. The only problem is she has took it up. But when you look at the angle, can she play a perfect positional shot? That would be right below the first diamond, below the left center pocket. There you go. Well, the line was good. Where's that cue ball going?
Good
How do you
shot
like
there
these?
from Ashley. Yeah, I think she can roll up behind the 10 now. Well, she's come to play, Aria.
Yeah. That's one thing, Eric, I don't know if you disagree. When you're playing some of the top favorites, you just know there's no surprises to expect, so you just have to play somewhere near your best of to have a chance, and that in itself makes the task mentally a bit easier. Now, it's a different thing going out there and doing the goods, as she's had the maximum result with that kick shot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just you got to kind of flip the script, because particularly when a favorite is coming in as a favorite and they start getting the lead, of course they're going to be stronger in the front running position, and it's just very hard to come back at that point. But just kind of asserting yourself early and letting the favorite know that they're really in a match, it's a big thing.
Yeah, and also let's paint a picture. If you're up against someone you've never seen them play live, and you look at their mechanics and you think to yourself, I should be able to beat this person. But you know, you're out there in the wild, you don't actually know what to expect. But when you're up against, let's say, Shane Van Boning or any established player, you just know you'd have to play anywhere near your best stuff just to have a chance. And you know, it might actually help in terms of knowing what the game plan will be.
Definitely, and just not getting intimidated. And like you said, just knowing that you're going to have to produce a good match. It's nothing really about the other player. Just kind of preparing yourself to really perform your best. Good containing save from Ashley. Things aren't easy here for Kelly.
Both ladies are coming up with the shots. I have to say that tactical exchange is really good. There's a couple of ways to play safe here, and none of them is without any risk. I mean, if she's going for high reward, in fact, she's going out on the attack here, probably with an element of safety. That will all be determined at the pace she will hit this 8 ball. Looking to play it at such a pace, if she does miss the jaws of the pocket completely. That 8-ball should come up somewhere in the middle of that long rail. High up the long rail would be ideal.
Yeah, the nice part of this is that speed kind of lends to still being on the 9 if she makes it. Caught some top on the cue ball, so going to be a lot of distance.
Now this is well and truly a tester of cueing. If there's ever a shot where you have to rely on your mechanics, it is these type of shots. Keep still.
Got a chance to fluke in the same pocket? Off the 10? No. Yeah, tough shot there for Ashley. To the point where I would have almost considered playing safe, but at the same time, can't blame her for trying to get on the hill first here.
Eric considering to play safe?
On the 8 for Ashley. She could have crossed it over one rail.
Meanwhile, that was a great shot, actually. Dropped that 8-ball in, landed absolutely perfect on the 9. Yeah, a little nod by some of the spectators. It's very, very encouraging to see the attendance all throughout the beginning day as well as today.
Well, rack that could have gone either way there, but Fischer comes out with a well-needed game win. I know we were talking about our picks for the World 8-Ball Championships earlier in the week, and my number 1 pick didn't win a round, so I don't know what to say about that one. Shane Van Boning's out of the tournament now. But we're down to the final 32 in that. Final 32 winners qualification in that tournament. It's going to be women's and mixed doubles play for the rest of the day today. Good power from Kelly. 4-railer going down. Looks like the 9's in the way of the 1. First option for Kelly here. Not easy unsafe. She could try to line the cue ball up with the 3. Little dangerous on going off in the opposite side pocket on that shot. Gonna push to a kick safe, maybe leave the left edge. This is a good push. It's about 50-50. I don't mind giving it back.
Cross bank called.
Kick to it. Oh, she does have enough of it to cross it. Wow.
Swoosh.
Shot.
Magnificent shot. And have a look at this, Eric. I mean, she can take on this 2-ball into the top right, top left from this camera angle, and hold the cue ball for the 3 into the side. That could be a great opening. Now, cued across it, and will she be lucky? If that 2-ball holds up in time, I think she has been lucky, you know.
Yeah, looks like she has it covered here.
Now, if Kelly can see just the smallest edges on that two ball, she could play a pretty straightforward safety shot here. So I think she can see enough of the two ball to hit it directly. So she should be able to play this safety. It's hard to tell how much of the two ball she can see here. Feels like she can take it on into the top left.
Thought so too, but going to the jump cue. Tied up balls now.
Yeah, I just have this suspicion that 4 ball might just creep past the 8 ball. And if it does, well, two things need to happen. She needs to land good on the 4 ball. And in doing so, she can take the 6 into the left side pocket.
Yeah, the 4 is in a perfect position to get good on the 6. Shot from Kelly, second time into a non-full pocket. Wow, used the whole pocket there, but she's got it down. Looking like a favorite to win her 3rd game in a row now.
Yeah. That was, make no mistake about it, that was a very tough shot she took on there. And like you said, it wiped its feet, but in it went. So she's found the 50-yard line there. I suppose the only good thing is the natural angle of the cue ball will be coming into the 10 ball. Maybe a trace of right-hand spin here. Yeah, lovely.
Kelly made a ball on her previous break. Neither player with a break and run up to this point. But both playing well and both are offensive threats. Nothing down this time. Looks like Ashley has the right edge. Gonna have to kind of rely on the 6. Wow, hit it so well. She was able to get behind the 5. Great shot there.
That really was off the rail. That wasn't easy.
Good jump save from Kelly. Don't really feel like she was going all out at that one. Created some distance. Benoit's been about 50-50 on these distant shots.
Yeah, and on this occasion, that cue ball is running away from the 2 ball. She has dropped it in, and look, she's got a chance here to try and develop the 3 ball, but it's going to be very hard.
Trying to draw into it there. Short on the draw. Have some safe options here.
Just call the
She's
bank.
going all in. Yes, an aggressive bank here. Not better of it. Almost scratched, but she's lined up the 5.
Yeah, that was actually a double kiss, and now I'm on the fence there, Eric. I'm not so sure if she played the double kiss, but anyway, that result is all she could have asked for.
Yeah, I don't think she would have risked it. I think she was just trying to catch it a little thinner. She's been close to the pocket a few times. Not going directly in yet. Just left it. Ashley's going to have to avoid mainly the 6 coming back towards the 4. If she draws in between the 6-7, the cue ball will be running towards the 10. She has the thought pretty quickly here. Yeah, it was a lot of traffic to weave through. Caught one of the balls.
I think she can count herself a bit fortunate if she can still see the putting angle here on the long straight 4. No, she couldn't, so had to play safe. But that cue ball seems very short.
Kelly can play an aggressive safe with the cue ball between the 7-10. If it works out, it could be a game winner. Going for something else here, just side rail to side rail, trying to line in the... Oh, she went... I think that was safe. Good shot.
It's a great shot.
This from Benois. And is the cue ball going to
Have a
come
look
all
at
the way around
this.
the 5? Great shot regardless, and she is on the 5. Wow.
Yeah. It's one of those, if you feel like it's too tough to hold, you can punch it on and off the side rail for the 6 into the bottom left. No, she's missed it, I believe.
Is it wide? Ah, tough one there.
Tough one, but it was a good chance. And let's not forget, Kelly is on the hill. She's got a great opportunity to take the first set here.
Shot from Kelly, high speed and distance. 5 was pretty close to the pocket, but still has to be targeted well there. She's looking good to take down the first set now. Just a couple slight misses from Benois. Strong play from Kelly.
Relentless stuff, Eric. No missed shots by Kelly Fischer.
Looks like Ashley's going to take a break, and we'll take a break ourselves. Entertaining match going on here. We'll be back for set number 2 in about 5 minutes. Players coming back from the break, and Benois up to break in first rack of set number 2. We have the stats up there for you during the break. One glaring stat that came out was the missed balls from Benois, 5 to no missed balls from Kelly. A couple of the ones that Ashley missed were real close and tough shots. She was able to produce a close set at 4-2.
Yeah, and she had a good chance in the previous set to make it 3-all, and she had a tough shot on the 5. Overcut it, and the rest is history.
Yeah, the one spot where she could have got ahead, she missed a very easy opener on the 1. That kind of turned the tide. She was up 2-0 at that point. Want to run into the 6 here. Side rail to side rail safe options, possibly behind the 4 if she wants to get a little more aggressive.
Yeah, that seems to be the most sensible option. I hit that 3 pretty full, you know.
Yeah, she was trying to swing the cue ball over a lot, and can't tell by her reaction. It's definitely left a jump, worst case. I mean, this would be an ambitious jump, but I like it. Gonna try to kick it in. Little off there. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, all on the same end of the table. Kind of feel the momentum going Kelly's way in this match. It's going to be up to Ashley to get herself back in it now.
Again, perfect pace. You're right, Eric. Kelly Fischer is exactly the type of player, if she can smell a drop of blood, she'll be all over you like a rash, and she's not the one to take it easy on you. If anything, if she can kill you off within one pot, she will. Makes it so much easier to commentate as well when you have a player like herself at the table. That makes it look so easy. Keeps it simple, even though she's fallen a little bit short here on the 9 ball. I have to come up and down. When I say up and down, I mean from side to side. 10 same corner pocket. What we played.
Nicely done from Fischer, cleaning up on the kicking air from Benois. She's playing in the mixed doubles with Alice Kazakis. They've been very successful over the course of all the mixed doubles tournaments. Sorry, go ahead, Arya.
I don't know, I just feel like Ashley will need to produce some special stuff. It doesn't feel like the type of match that she will get easy opportunities by her opponent, so this is really the moment for her to stand up and establish herself. Otherwise, I'm afraid Kelly will run away with this.
Yeah, and actually her safety efficiency in the first set was 100%. Can't remember how many she played, but wasn't really failing in that department. Jumped in a long 4-ball and gave herself a chance to win another game. But just a question of cleaning up those pocketing errors. The very corner ball in the rack went directly in the corner. Don't see that very often.
Now, first glance, does that one ball putt pass the 7? If it does, she can continue to run here.
Right down on the angle, so definitely doesn't have the full pocket. She can lay up easily behind the 7 if it doesn't go. She's going to have to. Took away the right long rail, and there's her mixed doubles partner, Alex Kazakis. He's in the final 32 winners qualification in the men's world 8-ball. From Ashley, but needed a bunch of left spin on that one. Overdid it a bit. In offensive position again for Fischer now.
Yeah, she's taking charge over this match. Yeah. Pointing at the side rail, that cue ball needs to come in between the middle and the third diamond. Anywhere in that line would do. Middle diamond it is.
Does she have any angle going to the right here, Harriet? Just the smallest, if any. If she doesn't, she's in a bit of trouble for position. Yeah, she's pretty straight here. She could go off the 8, worst case. No, it's too far from the pocket. It is there, though.
Yeah, I'd like to see that previous camera angle. I'm afraid I can't tell you what she was trying to do there.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It took a ton of speed to get all the way around.
Easy target, though, to play safe. Might have just left an edge, you know. If that is the case. Ashley has the chance here to come up with a better safety.
Yeah, 4 is going to be cut into the top left off the right side, but I think she has to play that way. She's lined it up. Caught it a little thick.
I'm not saying she will, but she can leave a cue ball where the 4-ball was, but this is much better. On and off the side rail. The 6 into the side. Yeah, she's well and truly in charge here, Eric. Every time she's at the table, either she's running the table, and if she's out of position, she's playing good safety, setting traps for her opponent, and subsequently picking up the pieces.
Yeah, she's in good form, no doubt. have 3 more rounds of play for you today. Next round coming up at 4:30 local time.
Kelly's amassed over $1 million in prize money.
Amazing, and that's when the prize money was a lot lower too. Imagine the amount of tournaments you have to win to actually have $1 million lifetime earnings. One ball down here. Shot on the 2. Little off here, and first missed pot from Fischer.
Yeah. Now, this is not by any means a good chance, but this is the moment in the match where Benois really needs to force her opponent to make a mistake. Otherwise, it's very hard to see her have any chance to draw level in sets. Already 2-0 down.
Caught the 2 in the top left. Looking to play it off the 7 and down the left long rail. Just off. So first offensive chance for Benois in this set.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's dead straight on the 2. It's very hard to get your cue ball off the rail here. She tried, but yeah, that wasn't really on.
A bit there. Yeah. Another miss pot from Fischer out of nowhere. It's gotten safe this time. Hit the speed on that one, got the targeting right, but resulted in a foul. Things looking good for Kelly now.
Absolutely. This is Kelly's opportunity to get that 8 count on her opponent. I have a suspicion what your answer is going to be, but I'll ask you anyway. Is there any way back for her in this match, you feel, Eric?
I mean, she just has to start with 1. I think the one saving factor is that it's only a race to 4, and she can just build 1 game at a time, and if she gets 1 on the board, just keep pushing forward. But Kelly's looking in fine form here, and actually not completely off, but wasn't able. This is going to be, what, 7 games in a row now for Kelly? So yeah, big hill to climb.
Yeah, that's another thing as well, Eric. You made a good point there. When you're playing some of the top pros at the highest level, you don't actually have to miss all that much to come up losing. So that's the margins she's playing with. Her opponent, as you can see, is very clinical in all departments. Otherwise, she wouldn't have earned over $1 million in prize money over the course of an illustrious career, and still going strong, of course. Now, Kelly Fischer is a 3-time former world 9-ball champion as well as 10-ball, but she's not won the world 8-ball just yet. So could this be her year? I'm sure she's desperate to put that on her resume, which already in itself is very, very impressive. Even if she would not win a single event after this. But I'm pretty sure Summer, with a career as she is having, would love to add that 8-ball as well on the list. And just double checking, she's also won the American Straight Pool Championship.
Yeah, and having some snooker experience, it relates to 8-ball a lot, kind of playing around the pack, moving the cue ball small and precise distances. The women's field has grown much stronger in the last 3 years, and Kelly's held in there, no doubt about that. But there's really 16 to 20 women that can come out and do well in any event now. Shot from Ashley.
Yeah, and let's not forget the sport is also growing in China and in Asia, not just China, of course. And I was looking at the stats. One of her toughest opponents in terms of highest loss or lowest win rate is Che Yu Chu from Chinese Taipei. She's played her, Kelly Fischer, 16 times, but she's only won 4 of them. So that is a tough opponent for her.
Yeah. Cho's here this week. Oh, and another miss from Ashley. Looks like Kelly's going to take this one down. But yeah, Cho is one of the most consistent performers on the women's tour. She's been a big threat in the mixed doubles with whatever partner she plays with. She's done well with Ko Ping Chung. She's done well with Conrad Yushishin. She has a new partner this week. I'd have to double check the website for who she's playing with, but it was a strong player, no doubt. Kelly looking good to advance to the final 16 on the winner's side. So one more win for her will put her into the redraw.
Just these 2 straightforward shots left to close out. Like you said, 8 racks in a row. That is very impressive stuff.
Benois can draw some positives from this match. Yep, she's still on the player on the up and coming, and give her a decent chance to make it back to the redraw, and she'll have to fight back. Kelly looking good here. We're going to have 2 more rounds of play for you. Next round in about an hour. For Arya Sorabi, this is Eric Orlofsson. We'll talk to you guys soon.